Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to the stream. Apologies for it running a little late. I had a technical difficulty with my usual alarm. But I am joined once again by my brother. I'll go ahead and unmute him. You can say hello.
Hello.
And
Good to be here.
We'll be at least trying to start up Rogue Trader. We'll see how well that works out. But it may require I have to start
Yep.
the game first and then have him join afterwards as a multiplayer co-op thing. So
Yep.
hey,
Please
maybe
take your time in this. No
Good
worries.
to see you. All right, let me unmute the game. I think there's the game. Give me one quick moment. I need to double check everything's working. At the moment, I'm not covering up too much of anything important, at least. This is a CRPG from, I believe, Owlcat, the same devs behind like the Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, and such. Or I think that's one of them. The Pathfinder, recent Pathfinder games. And then they also have another one coming up called Dark Heresy, which I believe you play as a Inquisitor instead. Similar to the Inquisitor Martyr game. Alright, so I need to start a new game before it lets me do cooperative mode. I'll have all the story stuff on. We can have a ton of different difficulty adjustments, but I think I'll just leave it on normal.
Yep.
Because I have no clue what I'd want things adjusted as otherwise. So,
yeah.
I think probably we're good to leave it as is. I mean, I could do custom, and then they have pre-built characters that I could play as, called Hecata, Darius, and Bahador, but I'm going to make a custom character.
Yep. Yeah, please make your own.
That's fun. They have portraits that mostly... Yeah, I mean, I could upload a portrait, but they have portraits that kind of match the customizations, and of course I could modify them from there, but I might just go with one of these.
Yep.
Like a portrait that they have available. It is pretty cool that they actually try to match accordingly. I only have a couple, like, more psyker look, or not psyker, but tech priest looking ones. And then there's a pair of ones that use the arbitrator, which I'm probably planning on using. I'm torn because I like the psyker one, but I'm probably gonna play more likely an arbitrator, arbitus, however they say them. So I kind of like that portrait a lot, but the psyker one's really cool looking. But I think I'll go with I mean, I could always do modifications since I have the beard, so the portrait just allows me to do whatever I want with the upper portion of the face, including the hair. Whereas
Go
this,
with what you want.
because I mean, I could make him be looking like a psyker, technically, with this, because this leaves some mystery to the character's design.
Yep.
So, hair-wise, let's see. Funny. Yeah, I guess that's the grayest. Oh, no, actually, there's actually a brighter gray / white. Thank you for following. Let's see. It is kind of a bluish gray, so I'll go with that. Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. I think I might stick with that beard, but let me see what other options there are. Probably go... Yeah. Those are a bit too big. That one's fun, but... I mean, I could go with this one. The braids. The portrait doesn't technically indicate that I have or don't have the braids in the beard. What do you think? Should I go with just the regular full beard or the braided? Well, I don't know yet, but I'm feeling like the archetype I want to do is the arbitrator, because I like that in Darktide, so thematically I like that. Yeah, I mean, I know that's... Or column 1, row 4. Yeah, that one looks bad. It doesn't look bad either. I'd probably have to pick a different hairstyle, of course, but I wasn't settling on the hair yet. So that one,
Yeah,
that
that
one,
looks pretty good.
or the braided one. All three I like.
Yep.
This one's, of course, the one to match the portrait. But then this one also doesn't mismatch too much. So what do you think? Column 1, row 4 is...
This one looks good with the hair, but as you please.
Yeah, I haven't settled on the hair yet.
Well, fair point.
I think it defaulted as like this one, but it's helmeted. Well, this one goes with the other braid.
Yep.
If I did, where did it go? This one has the braids and creations. This one is just messy. Let's see. Yeah, I can see where there's like some of the techie or hairs, but this one just looks goofy to me. It's the kind of wig. And then this one's really extravagant. I think I've seen this one utilized, but it's just funny with all the tech stuff worked into the curls. 6/6. Wait. Column 6. Row 3. This one? Or did I pick the wrong one? Row 3. This one? No, you meant this one. Yeah, I mean, not bad. I think out of the bunch, I was probably liking this one if I were to go with this beard. But don't mind that one either. This one also has a couple braids, or at least little hair decorations. Kind of works for my avatar's hair. I mean, not my little slime guy, but my actual full body self. Although I don't really like how it is sheared off like that in the back, though. Looks fine in the front, which probably doesn't matter too much how it looks in the back, but
Which is most often how you'll be seen in times that it matters.
yeah.
But, as you please.
Yeah, this one doesn't quite match a lot of the hairstyles, it seems. It's like made for maybe this. Is there darker shading? Some of these others as well.
Yep. Agreed. If you ever wear a helmet, the hair will probably poof.
Yeah, if I were to do this, I would still want to do the braided beard. It does look a little silly. It's like a old guy clinging to his youth. I feel like I'd rather go with this hairstyle for that. How it fits into the helmet, I mean, I'm sure it gets adjusted. It's loosened.
Or hide the helmet.
True. Outfit settings.
I don't know if you can hide helmets in this.
Show clothes, show helmet, show backpack, show base outfit, headwear, show gloves, boots, armor. Clothes not available yet.
Looks like you could hide helmet if you want.
Yeah. And then for the brows, the one that actually has the cut through, it doesn't look like it. I'll probably change the scar. What kind of brows do I like? Okay, maybe like these. A lot of tattoo options. Oh, and the scars at the top. I mean, that's a good one. If I'm almost practically going honorary space wolf. I like it. The claw scars. As for the body tattoos, or just tattoos in general, there's that. There's the head. There's the eyes, which kind of look nice. The mouth is barely noticeable. That doesn't really show up. Same for that. And that's like a techie thing, but it's overlapping with the eye scar. I'd probably do that eye instead. Forehead, skulls. I could do a bit of a shame you can't do both the. Oh no, actually yes you can. It's 5 tattoo slots, so I guess the first one I'll do is a head slot, and I think I'll do the eye and a circuitry. I could also do the head circuitry. That kind of looks cool. Do both the forehead and the eye. Then I can do the arms. Not seeing any leg tats. So what are the options here? Some of these are looking kind of chaos marks, but I guess I am a rogue trader, so it's probably more rogue trader tattoos. That makes it look like I have a fancy wristwatch. Mortis. Yeah, I'm guessing that's supposed to be a rogue trader mark. Yeah, I'm not sure with the tattoos for the body. I don't mind the chain though. There's different color options. I can do kind of blue. Do that. I mean, I can even do the smoky eye I wanted. Does add a lot of details to the face, but it doesn't look terrible. It doesn't obstruct much. Definitely changes how my guy looks at a distance. I don't think I want to do that. Although, let me check the colors. Yeah. In that case, do a left arm as well. Probably. Fortunately, it's like a lot of forearms and then full sleeve. I don't quite have the option to do like an upper and lower easily. Although, interestingly, you can kind of blend tattoos together, which is fun. I can do the chain and the skull. It doesn't actually look that bad. It's a little tempting to do it like that for that arm and then just do a chain without. Maybe I could do that, and if to this one I do broken chain. No, doesn't look quite as good. I think that looks nice. And then let me go back to these. How does it look in the blue? Barely noticeable. So I'll do it. Let's see, augmentations. A lot of this won't easily show due to how I've set my guy up, but maybe I'll do one of the little forehead lights. Could just have a metal half skull plate. That kind of defeats the purpose of some of the other stuff. I mean, that's subtle. Just like little bits of text sticking through the hair. Kind of like that. Thank you. Go ahead and get some water. Oh, there's actually multiple augmentations, but it's just picking like 2 pieces. So I could do the little forehead light and then do the little cables that are mostly hidden, but do show up just a little bit past the hairline. I think that doesn't look too bad.
I'll see you terminated! For the Emperor!
The best defense is a good offense. I will delight my masters with your demise.
Watch this spectacle unfold!
Looks like we have a problem on our hands. Perfect. Fire at will! Now that's interesting. Looks like we have a problem on our hands.
To arms! I don't need luck. I have strategy. I'll make it happen.
The Emperor gave me a vision. We have purified the battlefield of the enemy's taint. You didn't stand a chance!
A new challenge for me.
I think I like the daring male.
Done and done. My supremacy is proven once again. Looks like we have a problem on our hands.
So it's different starting stats. So picking my homeworld origin, or homeworld then origin. Okay, so on Death World, plants, beasts, and sometimes even the environment itself take aggressive and destructive forms inimical to human life. While it's exceptionally difficult to colonize, many Death Worlds possess valuable resources that require an outpost or other human presence. And then my voice is already dying. Upon the planet's surface to harvest. These harsh environments result in some of the hardiest and most resilient populations in the galaxy. Those tested and found wanting die young. So it gives survival instinct. Once per combat, when the wounds of a Death World character drop below 30%, they gain 20% of their maximum wounds as temporary wounds. Death World characters gain bonus to dodge and armor while they have at least 1 temporary wound from any source. Get a bonus to strength, toughness, agility, but lowered intelligence and fellowship. So strength is melee oriented, and ability to carry or lift things, heavier objects. More melee damage with one-handed and even more with two-handed. It also affects athletics, skill, toughness, resistance to toxins, poisons, diseases, and other ailments. Negative physical effects and the amount of character wounds. For each point of a toughness bonus, gains more 10% more wounds. Agility. High agility allows characters to manipulate delicate explosives and keep their footing. Treacherous terrain affects initiative, dodge, and if they use a melee weapon, their dodge reduction is equal to half of their agility. Also affects demolition skill, intelligence, more damage to non-burst ranged area attacks. Oddly specific. Okay. Also affects lore of the Imperium, Warp, Xenos, Logic, Medicae, and Tech use. And then Fellowship. It's kind of a charisma stat, but it affects your persuasion, coercion, and commerce. I wouldn't, as a lead character, I don't know if I necessarily want to have reduced Fellowship.
Mm-hmm.
But then also gets Brutal Hunter, critical hit chance against bleeding enemies, critical hit chance for axes, hammers, and las weapons. Every injury increases the Death World character's agility and willpower. It's not even mentioning willpower, so that must be an additional stat. Death World characters suffer toughness bonuses less, negative tough bonuses less, damage from fire, toxic, and bleeding. Once per combat, if they're stunned, blinded, or immobilized, this effect is ignored and they instead gain 20% of their maximum wounds as temporary. Okay, Voidborn. To low or zero gravity environments. In many cases, their features are drawn and their skin pallid. They don't quite look like that, but then they have a chance to reroll any failed attack, dodge, parry, characteristic, or skill test roll with a 20% chance of success. That's kind of fun. Also, enemy dodge or parry against a Voidborn character has a 20% chance to fail, so you kind of manipulate luck. You get bonuses to willpower, intelligence, but you get reduced strength. You get Bloody Mess. It has a chance to deal double damage on a crit. Using a non-damaging ability or an ally grants that ally the ability to reroll any failed attack. It's similar to... Which type of wizard was that? That was like kind of luck-based, where we could manipulate rolls. I can't remember.
I'm sorry, from what?
From BG3.
Or,
I remember there was one of them that kind of
Divine, or sorry, I'm sorry, it escapes me, but like divination or something like that.
Right, so divination, and then technically wild magic sorcerers.
Oh, okay.
As well.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Well, no, I was just like, it was divination, but also wild magic. Had, like, roll manipulation.
Yep.
To survive after suffering lethal damage. Neat. Yeah, this seems fun, but it's like heavy dice roll manipulation character. Anytime it's using the fellowship bonus, can instead use the intelligence, even if their archetype does not allow. Oh yeah, and so that's interesting. Like, you can just always improve intelligence, even if your archetype would normally not allow for it. So it just allows you to be very smart. Okay, Hive World is Fellowship Agility, but minus willpower. Yeah. Usually part of the Imperial Navy and Astra Militarum. You get Camaraderie. Pass resistance tests using Fellowship value. Outnumber. Has a melee superiority against the enemy. The effect is increased by 10. If an enemy has a melee superiority against a Hive World character, the effect is increased or decreased by 10. All range damage, dealing physical damage, has a +1 to damage, a +5% armor penetration, +1 rate of fire, and -5 to recoil. A Hive World character starts their turn adjacent to an ally character. The Hive World character gains +2 MP. If a Hive World character ends their turn adjacent to allies, they all gain +2 MP on their next turn. And then fresh start with +50% to dodge against the first attack of opportunity every round. Tempting as kind of a leadership style character. Forge World, Color Technologies, part of the Mechanicus. So, Forge World characters choose one augmentation skill. Subskin armor. +5, +2 times toughness bonus of armor. Locomotion, agility bonus divided by 2 MP, and +2 times agility bonus dodge. And then analytic systems, intelligence bonus, +10, plus intelligence bonus, critical hit chance. Yeah, intelligence, toughness, but lower fellowship. Pinnacle of weaponry. With any plasma, melta, or power weapon deals an additional equal to intelligence. The bonus is decreased to intelligence divided by 2. Fires of the Forge, tough bonus, deflection against burning effects and flame weapons. Steel of the Forge, heavy armor. Forge World characters gain MP, deflection, and cannot fall prone. Persistence of the Forge. Critical hit chance and dodge reduction against a target if they hit with a single target attack. Critical hits from single target attacks increase the hit chance and dodge reduction. It's almost like a heavy marksman of sorts. Oh, with plasma, melta, and power weapons, I know those are usually multi-target, but then it also gives a bonus for single target attacks. So I'm sure there's options to do that. You can use persuasion, coercion, commerce based on intelligence instead of fellowship, so that's kind of neat. Like, I lose fellowship, but I can instead just roll intelligence. So it's kind of a tanky gunner. But I think, depending on what archetype I get access to, I'm planning on having arbitrator kind of characters, so that doesn't quite seem like the right choice. So then Imperial World gets humanity's finest. You can select any characteristic except for weapon skill or ballistic skill and add a +10 bonus. Ready to serve. It's affected by an ally's non-damaging ability or effect. An ally with such an ability, their resolve is increased by fellowship divided by 2 for 1 round. While under 40% wounds, Imperial World characters gain a 10+, +10 to all characteristics and +2 to resolve. Doing my part. If no other character in the party has the same archetype as this character, the first archetype ability used in each combat by this character costs -1 AP less. This is like a very, like, I am strong on my own sort of thing, but then also get stronger together. All allies excluding Xenos, I guess you can get Xenos allies in the current party, gain +5% to the same characteristic as was chosen for humanity's finest. Yeah, I don't necessarily like that one. Fortress World. Never stop shooting. Yeah, it seems that way. Each time a Fortress World character kills an enemy, they gain +10 to never stop shooting. At the start of their turn, there's a stacks % chance that the first attack this round will cost 0 AP and will not count towards the attack limit per turn. Get Perception, which is high perception, can pick out a stray bolt or shell casing in between the day-to-day morass of an underhive, or even when someone is being deceitful. Willpower. So this seems like kind of more of a psyker leaning character, sort of. Is it? Or, well, it's a resistance to psychic stuff. Non-physical. Combat Addict. Ballistic Perception and Willpower. Get out of combat, their Intelligence, Perception, Fellowship, and Willpower are decreased. Okay, so this is just someone that likes to fight. Hail of Steel. with ranged weapons. So I'm liking Hive World. Sounds good. Forge World would kind of sounded neat, but it would be mostly a ranged oriented playstyle. Hive World I like for kind of teamwork stuff. Although it is specifically using ranged physical damage. But also kind of a hybrid, which kind of seems fitting of a... Thank you, Bolty. Seems fitting of a arbitrator kind of character, having a mix of melee and range. I think in Darktide, the arbitrator doesn't get many energy-based weapons or anything, so this might actually work pretty well. Things like Helping Hand seems good, and Camaraderie seems good. Yes, I lose some willpower, which is a little unfortunate, but... does seem kind of fitting to have Fellowship as, like, party leader. Especially with the Persuasion, Coercion, and Commerce. And then Agility.
Yep.
Having... I like the melee superiority bonus, where it's either I get a bigger bonus or I reduce their bonus. Hello, good to see ya. Glad to see some new faces popping in for this stream. Just trying to decide how I want to make my character. I feel like Hive World seems good. Voidborn, not so much. Death World is helpful or fitting if I want to go more of a melee focused. Forge World if I want to go more range tanky, but I like Hive World for the Fellowship bonus, so I think I'm going to go with that. And I guess you get different origins. Well, there's Arbitrator. So, actually curious. If I go like Forge World, does it change? It does. Oh, this is picking the special. Either critical hit chance, agility, or toughness. Probably go... I'm just curious how... Okay, so the origin is specifically kind of like your starting class or core abilities and affects your visual appearance. Militarum. Okay, so in that case, I'll go back to Hive World. Forge World's neat, but I think I like this, even though I lose some willpower. Maybe I'll supplement it somehow. So, Astra Militarum Commander, you get Regimental Tactics. Yeah, makes sense. So, Regimental Tactics. For 1 round, the Astra Militarum Commander and their allies do not suffer damage from allied attacks. And deal +20, +2 times the Fellowship bonus. More damage to enemies. Okay, neat. Once per combat, some bonus to Ballistic and Fellowship, Athletics, Coercion, Fellowship, and Athletics, and various things there. Then there's Commissar, which gets at all costs. It's a boost to Coercion. And then there's also Iconic Sidearm. If they're using a primary pistol, primary hand, and a hand pistol. 1 for the enemies, 2 for the traitors. There's Crime Lord, Surefire Plan, Intelligence bonus. Yeah. Storm Priest, War Hymn. Navy Officer. Priest for Impact. That's useful as like a leader type as well. Noble, you serve me. Interesting little creature pelt. Sanctioned Psyker, which does look cool, and I was considering that, but I'm going to be going Arbitrator. Following features will be available after Origin Advancement. So, Shotgun Mastery. I'll be able to use shotguns, which just can wield two-handed shotguns in one hand. Oh, that's fun. I could dual wield shotguns potentially, or use a shotgun and shield, which is probably what I'll do.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm planning on going Arbitrator. Compare incoming attacks with a ranged weapon. To calculate the parry chance, Arbitrator's ballistic skill is used instead of weapon skill. Arbitrator can make attacks of opportunity with ranged weapons that they can use in melee range. Cool. Armor piercing. Enemy's armor by -10 + 2 times Arbitrator's perception bonus. Does not stack. Law and Order. Arbitrator's willpower bonus. Target of such an attack must pass a willpower resistance test. Yeah, I understand. Toughness equal to half of their equipped shield's block. That's the special thing, because of Shotgun Mastery, it allows me to wield shotguns with shields, which is a cool bonus. Pacification, procedures, can throw a grenade that does not deal damage on impact. This action costs 0 AP and does not count towards the attack limit per turn. Interesting. So you like toss out a timed grenade that won't do any damage, but then explode, I guess. There's a delayed. Or maybe you kind of use it as a way to like move them out of cover or something.
Yep.
Enemies adjacent to the Arbitrator. Fails a willpower resistance test for the first time in a round. Provokes an attack of opportunity. Multiple enemies fail the test at the same time. The attack of opportunity is triggered against one of them. Mob Justice. Allies in a 3-cell radius around the Arbitrator. Plus bonus to the coercion. More damage. Tactical phase. Arbitrator can be placed in a cell adjacent to an enemy. I just go like, oh, here I am. Surprise. As long as Arbitrator has more than 90% wounds, they are immune to the following negative effects: blinded, disturbed, fatigued, perplexed, slowed, and staggered. Pillar of the Law. Uses a heroic act or a desperate measure, they gain more willpower bonus. And then Steady Hand of Justice. One-handed shock baton or one-handed power maul. Equipped, the Arbitrator gains a +10% to parry and reduces weapon skill of enemies hit with this weapon by -10 until the end of combat. It is cool, but I'm noticing there's a fair bit of willpower. I just realized Imperial World doesn't even get any stat bonuses. That's tough because like Fortress World has some neat things too. Voidborn is willpower intelligence, but minus to strength. Death World loses fellowship and intelligence. I think that's where neither of these actually do much for. Although if I could go heavy armor and Melta power or plasma, plus also Single shot. I mean, the Forge World's cool because I get a choice. I can get bonus toughness. I can gain MP and dodge. Or I can get crit. But then Hive World, I get strength in numbers, which does provide a fellowship bonus. What was one of the things? It was... Ah. Well, I could make use of that and just... I don't... That's just willpower resistance tests. So I need to make sure I have higher willpower because of a lot of the stuff that I think Law and Order. Oh. Well, they have to pass a resistance test. I don't. And then public sentencing, I just use my fellowship for a willpower resistance test instead. Is the benefit of having my camaraderie. And pass a willpower resistance test using their fellowship value instead, if the fellowship is higher. So then public sentencing, I have a bypass of, well, I just have fellowship instead. Or, no, that's the enemy one. Which one was it? Well, I'm noticing actually a lot of these are not my own willpower tests. Aside from Pillar of the Law is the only possible drawback. But I can probably boost my willpower. I mean, then it's not a terrible thing. It's just one bonus that I have that's going to be a little less. Same with the Law and Order. Darn it. Well, is there one that actually has boosted Fortress World? Voidborn. It's not a big deal. I'll just have... Yeah. Okay, so then I can choose 3 different subclasses, it looks like. So there's Vigilant, which gets Swift Justice. It's a bonus towards their shotguns, do more damage to her with coercion. A lot of coercion stacking stuff, which actually would have been, what was it? Part of Fellowship, so that's good. Hive World is still good because of a lot of those bonuses. Also get additional ballistic, perception, coercion, and lore. Also get Grizzly Adjudication, so this is a shotgun specialist choice. 2 single shots. And then Castigator is, I think, the melee-oriented one. So I'm remembering the Castigator stance in... Yep, good to see you, Pixie. If I recall, Castigator was the melee-oriented arbitrator in... Dark Tide. Stacks of death sentence on an enemy. Each stack increases the enemy's chance to be critically hit. Reduces their perception and willpower. Causes... Oh, and then retransmission, I can use it through my dog or whatever familiar I happen to have. Fellowship, willpower, that's an order. Chooses a cell within 6 cell radius. All enemies within a 3 cell radius around the arbitrator must make willpower resistance test. Minus the coercion divided by 10 penalty. On a failed test, if possible, they immediately move to a designated cell in the name of the Lex Imperialis. So another willpower resistance test. Yeah, this is just kind of like commander mode, which is fine. Ruthless suppression. There are more than 2 enemies around the arbitrator. No critical hits can be scored or on them or their familiar. And then assault onslaught. Dashes through allies. So this is like the shield charge playstyle of Darktide's arbitrator as well. I'm tempted to maybe go with this for... I get less bonus skills, it looks like, but I gain some willpower back, so I counter my homeworld negative. I gain a lot of coercion. I gain weapon skill. Alright, since it says origin advancement. So this is like what I start with, this is what I gain later. So this is tempting. I kind of like these. So it seems like it's leaning towards using shields. Whenever an enemy adjacent to the arbitrator gets up from being prone, that enemy provokes an attack of opportunity. Cool. And then you can dash through in a straight line without provoking attacks of opportunity. Each must pass a resistance test or fall prone. So I dash through them, and if there's them still nearby, I strike them, like, get back down. So I kind of like that. The Castigator's cool. You do get these additional abilities. This is like the one that's like, I just shout at everything. Seems like. And then Swift Justice is the shotgun specialist. So you get ballistic skill, perception, coercion, lore. You get more ballistic, more willpower, more coercion. So thankfully I get like willpower no matter what to help counteract some of that loss. But I am liking the Subductor, I think. I think it would be fun going around potentially with a shield and shotgun, since I'll be able to one-hand, two-handed shotguns. So, but at the same time, Swift Justice is... yeah. It's cool having these additional shotgun effects. And then Castigator has some cool stuff too, but I do like the idea of essentially, like, I charge through and then I smack them down if they try to get back up after being knocked prone. Wow, 7-stream streak. Congrats, Pixie. Yeah, I'm leaning towards this one because I like the kind of like the buffs to being a little tankier, having just general weapon skill. All forms of close combat. Okay, so it is a little more melee. I think I can still use the shotgun in melee range. But this is actually focusing more on using the melee weapons. But I can use the shield and shotgun, I'm pretty sure. I mean, that seems to be implied, that I can use a shield with a ranged weapon. I was just saying congrats on the 7-stream streak. I'm just trying to think of what I Because, I mean, this is cool too. I like the idea of the shotgun doing more. Two single shots against the target. And then also, this shotgun attack has additional armor penetration. It inflicts shotgun maximum damage, levels of bleeding on the target. Yeah, no worries. What do you think? Should I go Vigilant or Subductor? I'm either going to be shotgun leaning or shield focused, essentially. And this gives me more bonus towards ballistic weapons. Which says all forms of ranged weapons, even though I would assume not all weapons are technically ballistic, but I guess it's all ranged. You have to be at least one space. Well, wasn't it something about being the arbitrator? One of these mentioned...
Yep.
Calculate the... Oh, so the arbitrator can parry with a ranged weapon to calculate the parry chance. The arbitrator's ballistic skills used instead of weapon to make attacks of opportunity with a ranged weapon that they can use in melee range. Yeah, I'm just noticing that at the very least it lets me use attacks of opportunity with a ranged weapon. So I can be within melee range to use a shotgun or any other gun by the looks of it. I still like the idea of essentially going Subductor and then using a shotgun. Like, yes, I'll be more melee oriented, but it still allows me to use, if I also that I can parry with a gun, which is cool. I mean, in that regard, I can still, like, I'm not going to necessarily have the charging abilities. That's where, again, it provides attacks of opportunity, whereas this gives me more ballistic skill, just a bit. Gives me 10 in total. Or I can go with this, get more weapon skill. Let's see, what else am I getting comparatively? I always get coercion and lore. I get perception ballistic versus weapon skill and toughness. I always get coercion, but then I also get these two additional shotgun moves, which sound really cool. I get Swift Justice. Swift Justice effect until the start of the next turn. Shotgun attacks deal more damage to those enemies. And then Fulminating Shot reduces their dodge, parry, and block for 1 round, regardless of whether they were hit or not. Damage from this attack is reduced by half. But then I also get the reducing armor and bleed, or armor pen and bleed effect, while also have the option to do double slug where I just shoot them twice, which sounds fun. But since I can use shotgun in one hand, that implies I'll be able to use a shield at any point. And then Castigator is more focused on both fellowship and willpower, and so it's kind of more the leader focused one, which I like the sound of, but I like both Subductor and Vigilant. I like the idea of this because I can still go melee, but then potentially I can have a ranged one-handed shotgun, so then I could charge through them and then shoot them in melee range. So I think I'm going to go with Subductor. I think that seems like a fun melee leaning, but still able to use shotguns. So then Apex, Brilliance, so this is a Triumph, Lower Imperium, Persuasion, or Athletics. Athletics, leap over collapsed sections of the deck, or climb over slippery rocks. Persuasion, Fellowship, or more Imperium lore. I think I like the Feat of Greatness, so that way I can get in closer or jump over things better. Darkest Hour, Lore Warp, Commerce, or Carouse. We were defrauded by a group of clerks in the service of a rogue trader while collecting a tithe shipment. You were never able to prove that you were not one responsible for the discrepancy. Captured by pirates who wanted information on tithe transportation routes. You managed to survive, but you never fully recovered. Either Grim Portents or Brand of Shame. I don't think I mind having a lowered commerce option. Whereas Lore Warp kind of fits too, but I think I'd rather Brand of Shame and just not be able to sell as well. I could always potentially have someone else handle that for me, right?
I wouldn't know.
So then archetypes, based off of how I want to start. So level 1 archetype. Warriors are combatants boasting exceptional melee prowess, capable of dealing high damage in close quarters, and withstanding heavy amounts of damage. They also excel at drawing enemies' attention from less defended allies. Melee movement and dodge, armor and parry, taunts and soaking damage, tempting. Willpower and fellowship, intelligence and perception. Soldier is focused on gun focused, and while winded, the soldier suffers a penalty to ballistic skill and cannot use running gun. Firearm mastery, firearm mastery. And there's Blade Dancer, which is like melee, but more of a assassin type. Melee swords, movement, dodge. Movement and ranged attacks, cover and dodge, burst fire and area attacks. Single target buffs, rescuing allies, momentum, operatives, precise single attacks, defense penetration, area debuffs, consistent firing. That's interesting seeing that, like, based off of your starting one you pick, then it branches off into these additional things, and then the final one is exemplar. Well, all of them can become exemplar. Keystone features of Overseer: Cyber Mastiff, Cyber Raven, Servo Skull Swarm, and Cyber Eagle. Interesting. So Overseer is like pet focused archetype. Hunt down the prey. kind of hunter-like stuff where you have your marked prey. It's kind of neat. So, the other soldier ones is Arch Militant. Well, that's cool. Arch Militant is a hybrid, which is kind of what I was wanting. Characteristics, both ballistic and weapon skill, demolition, and athletics. So that's kind of cool. Let's see, if I go warrior, I can also go arch militant. As a warrior, so overseer, I think was kind of a special one added. Features, function psyker, arbitrator. Must not have featured children of the Assyrian. Right, I guess you can get a Eldar. They have the arbitrator twice. So you have to be a psyker or an arbitrator, officer or operative, in order to get these things, but you get your different pet bonuses depending on, I guess the psychers get their cyber raven, and then actually you get all of them, I think. So you get a cyber mastiff, cyber raven, servo skull, or cyber eagle. So that's pretty cool. And I guess they also kind of fit different things. So like operative and officer kind of lean more towards the skull and eagle ones. Operative makes sense, probably having the skull, and then officer having the eagle. So fellowship, intelligence, perception. I think I like the idea of arch militant. Is the kind of idea that I would have there is kind of mixing melee and range. But then also Vanguard could be neat as going more tanky. But I think since I'm gonna be more of a... I'll already have my charge because I chose Subductor. Pretty sure. Yeah, so I already chose that, so I already have Assault Onslaught. So I don't need the charge ability. It's kind of the same thing. And then Endure. Whereas these, I get Running Gun. I get Firearm Mastery with ultimate abilities. But then I get Awareness, Demolition, Agility, and Ballistic, which is all cool. And then I can go Arch Militant over Vanguard. Vanguard gets Unyielding Beacon. Yeah, it's just that technically I have my own version of a charge skill because of Subductor. Dash through allies and enemies in a similar way without provoking attacks of opportunity. Each enemy must make an agility or resistance test or fall prone. And then if I'm near them, I cause an attack of opportunity. But if I'm going to end up using the shotgun, I feel like Running Gun seems cool. Plus it helps boost up some more of the ballistics. But then I would potentially go Arch Militant or potentially Bounty Hunter. I guess no matter what, I have access to Overseer because of my... Yeah, no matter what, I get access to Overseer as the level 16 archetype, which would be tempting, but I think that's also more leaning towards the Castigator playstyle. I can't become one of those, but if I can do this, Arch Militant, allows me to be a versatile mix of melee and range, which I like. So I think I might do this. Yeah, that makes sense. Since I can charge in and then I can retreat using run and gun. I like this. So I'm going to go with Soldier, and then plan to go Arch Militant, and then Exemplar. And now I get additional 30 points. Oh, 1 point. Oh, it does 5 points each. And you can spend up to 10 points per skill. Well, I definitely want... Probably want equal amount of weapon and ballistic. Might want to just give myself at least 30. Or I can live with that. I eventually get +5 willpower once I advance my Hive World. Or when I advance my class, I think it was. After Origin advancement, I regain willpower. So I think that's fine. I start with some low willpower, but then I bring it back up to 30. Otherwise, I could boost the willpower up further, or I can just focus on boosting what I have. I could also give myself some more strength. Let's see. I think I'm going to keep the ballistic and weapon skill boosted to 40 each. Actually, what I think I'll do to make myself a little more resilient to both is I think I'll do 2 boosts to willpower. And that way when I get my additional Origin advancement effect, they'll be matched to my toughness. So then I'm extra tanky to both ranges of aggression, I guess. Does that seem smart?
I believe so.
I mean, I could also... Well, no, I'll leave it at 40, and then I want both high weapon and ballistic skill. Strength is going to be on the lower end, but we'll get someone that's able to like throw things or lift things. Okay, so I get to choose my ship. So there's Sword class and Firestorm class. I like the look of the Firestorm, but let's see. High speed, respectable survivability, focused on maneuverability. Okay, whereas Firestorm... I think I like the look of Firestorm of the two. This seems like more of an all-rounder, whereas this seems... Although, funny enough, this one has like less crew. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. I guess we can eventually get other ones, so... that...
Make sure to name it.
Yep. I can name it after my, super destroyer, or whatever they call it in Helldivers. Sentinel of the Stars.
Yep.
I
Love it.
like that. Ignatus. No, I would rather name myself something different. Ignatius. Clement. Seth. Hey, people. I did it again. Well, I'm not making my Darktide Arbitrator. Holden Cross. I mean, that's cute. I mean, I could just name it after my... I could just do that. As silly as that might be, but... Havagander was what I named my... Dragonborn from before. I don't know. Ryder. I actually like Ryder. It's a name I often use for slightly more fantasy-leaning characters. I like it. I'll go with that. Now let's see if I can do the co-op, although I might need a companion first. Let's see what they do.
Yep. Do not worry about that. Just continue on.
See, we're almost 3 hours.
I'm
Well,
cheering for you.
about an hour and a half in. Because of the late start.
Character creation takes time.
Yeah.
Just to make the decisions right now.
And
Correct. Now.
And an alarm that didn't work also delays my start. Okay.
Cheering for you.
So this might be just my brother watching for this section.
I am not worried about that.
An excellent place for contemplation.
One has the best view of the cathedral from here.
No, I don't cover too much of the text.
Say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
You are in a dialogue. Here you can learn more about current events, influence the characters you are speaking to, or even alter the course of the game's narrative. Your personal story depends on dialogue choices you make. Okay, yep. That's good. Let's see. So Conrad Voigtbeer, what is his name? Really awe-inspiring sight.
That is the purpose of all temples to the God Emperor, to inspire awe and reverence. For it is the duty of his servants to persevere in their tireless service until they are presented with a chance to give their very life for the master of humanity. Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtbeer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
I like that it does the lore. I enjoyed that about Avowed as well, since it wasn't completely obvious that it was tied to the Pillars of Eternity games. So they helped by having various little lore things to help players understand what's being spoken about. Marshal Ryder von Adelgard.
My regards, Marshal. The Adeptus Arbites are famous for their unbending will and keen instinct for uncovering hidden webs of conspiracy and scheming. This is admittedly a priceless skill for someone destined for a path as special as yours. I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. Bear it with honor. To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencias. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of
Would be a
others.
cool outfit for Darktide, having the fur collar and everything for the arbitrator. They haven't been adding
Indeed.
more cosmetics for either of the DLC classes, so it would be nice if we got more.
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis, at the time when the first rogue traders entered the Gold Emperor's service. And therefore, It is sacrosanct. So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. I see that you are shocked. Yes, you understood correctly. Lady Theodora's authority indeed supersedes that of those whom you obeyed before. The Lord Captain's power is so great that she is capable of performing unthinkable feats, such as changing the fate of a servant of the Imperium. Your fate. I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back, especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities. There is, and you will meet him soon enough. But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far.
If I could, I would change out this Space Marine armor for Arbitrator style. I think would be cool. Even having like a little helmet at least would be
and Master
fun.
Ethelfrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation
Perhaps
platform.
someday.
Let us join them there.
Might be able to get someone to draw it up for me, or I can figure out how to do it myself.
Let's see this through.
Alright, let me go ahead and make a hard save. So I don't miss out on, or don't have to redo all of that. Okay, is there a camera? Yeah, there is camera rotation. Cool. These little buttons on the side, inventory, character, journal, map, Corpus Valencia. Well, yeah, so it's just like a codex. My ship and formations. And you can have kind of different alignment choices. So there's Puritan. Remember this from Inquisitor Martyr. You can essentially go Puritan or Radical. So interestingly, Iconoclast and Heretical are both considered towards Radical versus Dogmatic is Puritan. So yeah, that's where Iconoclast is more just, you're not necessarily bad, you're just not a zealot of the emperor sort of thing, whereas Dogmatic belief in the holiness and infallibility of the laws, which, I mean, I'm going Arbitrator, so it feels fitting to go Dogmatic, I guess. But at the same time, I could go Iconoclast.
Go with what you want. Heretical would be very strange, but
yeah, that doesn't make any
always
sense.
an option as well.
Yeah, so it's like these two are being very hardline, like pure or chaotic, essentially. Whereas Iconoclast is kind of more balanced. That's funny, it actually says, well, actually they all call the tiers Zealot. So it's actually follower. Okay, yeah, it was. That should be zealot. It's just being follower, adherent, votary, fanatic, zealot is the final rank. Okay. Yeah, so you get more access to things with Iconoclast. I'll probably be focusing on that.
But your choice.
I mean, that sounds more likely what I would do anyways.
Yep.
Some objects in the game can be interacted with in a special way, showing a door, a monocle, or touch. So it's like exit or enter, inspect, and interact. Left on the icon, tab to highlight objects. Massive conference table, crafted from real wood. Mahogany.
Hidden doors.
So there are just hidden doors throughout as well. Do they not show up as a thing to interact with? I guess potentially I need higher perception to see them. Are there any hidden doors in this early section that I need to be aware of? Yeah, because I mean pressing tab highlights things. Doesn't seem like there's much for me to worry about here at the moment. Also guessing I don't have a helmet yet. And I start off with a stub revolver. That's familiar. Yeah, so some of it will be a perception thing. I assume this room doesn't have anything to get... I pretty much looked at everything that I could. Look at me go!
One of the Fon Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your
Lehman
audience
Russ?
with the Lord Captain.
What's happening?
Nope, combat time.
Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
Looks like we have a problem on our hands.
Base and take place on our grid. movement points as MP. Yeah, okay, that makes sense why agility would be for MP then. AP is the right hand. Okay.
Not my area of expertise. I know what to do.
No worries, I'll figure it out.
Easy. Let's set this in motion. They won't expect this. That's how it's done.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan. I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Tarantula sentries. I'm familiar with these thanks to the Tech Marine. I pet so many of them with my servo arm. Yep, a Lehman Russ. Cool. Named after the Primarch of my personally favorite chapter.
Venture forth.
I think that's everything.
Marching ahead.
Imperial guys kind of are wearing blue-gray armor, which is cool to see.
Let's see this through.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad? Our second candidate has joined us. Approach and give me your answer. Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure? Reasonable and prudent. However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor.
Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. I suspect that you are simply unaware of their existence. Insolent, ignorant upstart. How dare you?
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
So, Why are you here? You are direct. I approve. But you will have to wait. There is something I want you to understand first. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death
Sorry about
and
that.
ruin
Stepped
to
away
us
for a little bit.
all.
I'm gonna get more comfortable while watching this,
Okay.
but I'll be
It is
listening to
my
the stream,
decision alone to
and I'll
determine
try
the
to
fate
hop
of
in when it
whatever I
matters.
find past the
Yep.
bounds of the explored void.
But I am
Every
definitely
world
watching.
I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with von Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes. Naturally, some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Edelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate.
Apologies.
Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake. His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voitvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least. Impatience. I am rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Edelthrad as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here, in the Coronis Expanse. You were granted the rank of Marshal of the Adeptus Arbites. That is more than just a title. It stands for decades of perilous service, dozens of verdicts handed down, and exemplary loyalty to the Imperium. Your knowledge of the law and the fear you are capable of instilling are a path toward maintaining order in the Protectorate. Furthermore, the sternness of our justice must be impressed not just upon the dynasty's subjects, but also upon the many competitors who covet our possessions. They too must be kept in line. Moreover, your courage has made you far more famous than you yourself probably realize. True feats of heroism will forever live on in the annals of the Imperium and bring honor to the von Valancius line. I have some time before the Navigator gives the signal to initiate the Void Ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge. Is that so? Perhaps the Technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Gellerfield. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all.
Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is ancient. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live. The Rykad system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers, and rivals. Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rykad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time. Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide.
Oh,
Sometimes I forget that people without direct access to a ship's bridge may not know the first thing about how a void ship travels between the stars. Vessels such as this one are capable of leaving real space and traversing into the warp, an otherworldly dimension of cruel and unthinkable forces. By entering it under the protection of the Gellerfield, we shorten the route to our destination, crossing distances that would require hundreds of years in a matter of weeks instead. Sometimes in days or even hours. That is how humanity spread across the galaxy. That is how we were able to build the Imperium, which spans millions of stars.
Just getting started with Rogue Trader.
In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Things just go from 0 to 60 on this ship.
Challenging me was a mistake. Come to chaos!
Initiative. What's the plan at some point when I can afford it and find someone that I'm wanting to work with for it? But I already have ideas on it, as I mentioned yesterday.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Weapon at the ready. The glory of the Imperium! I serve the
But my
ruin
current model more than suffices
out of my way.
for the time being.
Death to non-believers!
Let's cover. Okay, so XCOM-like.
Said, so done. Consider that off limits. I know what to do. Done and done.
I am your doom!
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
A tactically sound approach.
One fewer target. Follow my lead. Die!
I mean, you'll see it someday when I have it made. You can get a general idea based off of my emotes.
Emperor, protect me! Of the Imperium!
Did she just explode and damage me?
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the
I'll
upper
be
decks.
making my own soon
The
enough.
false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
Let me just stop you and say I'm not interested. If you want to enjoy the stream, chat amongst others, or talk about the game I'm playing, that's fine. But I am not in the market for commissioning things right now. So, this is a warning. Please stop asking.
Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Yeah, bye. I wasn't being rude, you were being overly insistent, and you're probably a scammer, so... Timed them out yesterday as well, because they were kept doing things that were getting auto-blocked. Thanks, Bolty. Not in the mood for people to be pestering like that. Talk about rude, right? It's like, I'm playing a game, I'm trying to entertain people, I'm trying to enjoy myself. I don't need to be answering questions about what I plan for my avatar. That should be something that is up to me to decide. If my avatar's not good enough, fine, watch someone else. Seriously.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
I know their game, and I'm not gonna play it. Especially because they change their personality between streams. So I know they're not a genuine person.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
They were already insisting that I add them on Discord yesterday. And wanting to share art and stuff with me. I'm like, I don't need to answer those questions.
Mort, hold yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Like, if you want to communicate with me on Discord, the invite's down below. You can do a command for it now, too. It's simple. Yeah. It's just scammers and bots and other stuff like that, and I'm tired of it.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Vox Master is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their
Like,
minds
if they were a
and forgotten
genuine
who they
person,
are
they
and
would
whom
be
they
complaining
serve?
that I timed them out
Report!
yesterday.
I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure.
Thank you.
And I have the means to do both things at once. Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-Militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psyker powers.
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand? Not everything in your power. You will do as I say. I'll have your heads if you fail. Is that clear? Then move out. Mort, come.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear. Of course you will. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant. Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself. We are in the anteroom of the Warrant Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates to the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel. On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for? Wretched. What do you know about wretchedness? Theodora's cur. Are you hoping to buy a grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind. Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench Fon Valancius watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
Cogitator. Biotech relic.
High levels of caustic humors. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance? Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
There is still another way!
Stay sharp.
Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be a bearer of the warrant of trade. Oh, going too fast for me to read.
safety. Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations. Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Voxmaster, restore communication with the navigator's sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection. Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by. Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent...
Storing folds, notifications, you can open the journal. Yep.
Marching ahead.
Run, fools, or fall! Master, whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this? What? Oh, holy God, Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Master, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora. Saints' blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
While fighting, your character can lose some of their wounds. Your character has suffered an injury. This happens when a character receives damage that exceeds 50% of their maximum wounds within one round. Injuries can reduce the character's resolve, healed with a medikit, without passing any skill tests. Old injuries can be healed, but they require medikit skill. You have the field medic feature, or I've taken the medikit skill advancement at least once. Okay. We got new items. Simple enough. Switch between party members by clicking on their portraits. Does it show my wounds? I'm currently okay, but where's that indicated? Not be equipped by this character. He can use it though. That's where I don't actually have. If I were to equip it,
I won't do that.
I need either Medicae Advancement, Field Medic, Base Skill Medicae, or Death Warden. Okay. Well, I'll just equip him with those since I can't use them. Where is my wounds? Old injury, stack 1 of 2. Okay.
Look no further. Let's patch you up. That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive. Lady Theodoras. Which one? The last one I received was about the navigator's sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, you sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing? Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same? I am no helmsman. Oh, God Emperor preserve me, navigator. However, I've spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the war. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet. During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Imperium. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterium. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death. Absolutely. Let us proceed.
To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor! Fight the
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
You are so sacrifice! Brute force it is, then.
The Masters demand your death!
He's a melee character.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I took care of this one. Indeed. My ears are ringing.
That's good to hear.
Costly mistake.
I've suffered worse. At your beck and call. Reduced to dust.
He's kind of a bit of a paladin. In a way.
All souls cry out for salvation.
I can rank up. Just have this. I think. Okay, so I just choose to either give a bonus to awareness, demolition, athletics, Medicae, or coercion. Use to detonate traps or deactivate traps. Also uses of explosions to blast containers open or break through closed doors. So breaching, that's fitting. Or perception. Appleard already has 40. Probably want to go ahead with demolition. Though noticing traps is nice, but he has more into the skill already. So I think I'll go with demolition. So it's showing it's a choice. I'll go ahead and do that since especially I already have bonuses towards that. He gets it, so he either has athletics or carouse. Probably. So he has 50 or 60. I mean, if I'm gonna make him a tank, Carouse seems like a good early choice. This is also technically my first playable companion, so my brother can join for this. If you are listening, Z, would you like to potentially make a decision here for this character, or should this be someone that I play? If you're in the chat, you can simply type.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. I will admit, this seems like more of a you character to me.
Okay.
But I will do as you please, or I'd rather wait and you enjoy the character.
Well,
I think.
I don't mind getting your input.
Yep.
Would you, if you were to play him, would you rather him be tankier or have a little more athletics?
Let's see, what does athletics affect?
Character's ability to traverse difficult terrain, leap over collapsed sections of the deck, or climb over slippery rocks. It's affected by strength, but Carouse resist negative effects applied by poison, stimulators, and alcohol. Also gives access to new dialogue if I was playing him, I guess.
Well, it's a tough choice. I think athletics to get him where he needs to be sometimes might be more important than the sometimes be a little more resistant. But that's up to you. Poisons and such is definitely something to be concerned of. But
yeah, he already has higher into Carouse anyways, so
it's tough. I would choose either, and either would be a good choice. I guess if you had me make the choice, I would go with athletics, but it's a tough choice.
I think I'll go with Carouse.
Okay, go for it.
When in doubt, go for damage. I mean, that's damage resistance. Coercion is fellowship, demolition is that, and Medicaid is that, so I think Carouse fits him for now.
Great. Neither one helps with damage. But yeah, I understood.
So then, for me, I have my options. Of course, Overseer's the special thing where I'm a arbitrator, so if I wanted to go that route, but I'm probably going to go Arch-Militant and go a kind of hybrid melee ranged character.
Yep.
Whereas he can go probably Vanguard if he ends up being our primary tank. Then there's Assassin, Arch-Militant again, and Executioner.
For any watching, do you know if you can have more party members than you actually can take with you? Can you leave some on your ship? Or do you only have so many slots? And thus
You're getting really robotic at the moment.
Oh, I will adjust things.
You're turning into a tech priest. But it is making it difficult to hear you when you're fluctuating and...
Let's see this through.
Zone map. Yep, simple enough. It's definitely more of a Discord connection issue.
I hear it here on the threshold of the
I'll hope
blinded
this
light.
helps. Not sure though.
Comes from the heavens.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. Their voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abala, how they sing.
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer. The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you are von Valancius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
Officers frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officers' deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officers' deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrad's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the engineerium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Engineer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
I feel like the first question is unnecessary. It's like, I know that psychers can... they're psychic to a degree, so it's a silly question to ask.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity.
Yep, I agree.
But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking.
And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
I do co-op mode from here. I can't. So let me go ahead and do a new save. And try to invite you.
Yeah, this would be a good time. I would definitely use this other character. Alright. Getting ready.
Send you the lobby code if you need to input that.
Thank you.
Go. Burst attacks are harder to dodge. You have to click a button when you're ready.
Still loading. Alright, pressing the button.
Okay, so we each get up to 3 characters to control. It splits evenly with how co-op works, so you can have up to 6 players or up to however many it divides. So you get Adira.
Thank you. Yep.
Onward to victory.
And I think I can customize outfit settings if I want to use my regular default torso. No, color scheme doesn't seem to be doing anything right now. The black, red, 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 blue, purple, green, yellow. But I'm gonna turn off show armor. Possibly even show gloves and boots. And then eventually I'll have a helmet, which hopefully I'll be able to get a good. Door opened. Let's check the sides if possible. Here. Door does not budge. At some point, I'm also planning on playing through the Shadowrun Returns trilogy, which should be fun. Less voice acting, though.
Don't you dare to cross us!
Alright. So you can select your starting position. I would recommend cover. I'll do cover for him to start. And are you ready? Do you have to press a ready button, or just do I press start battle? You actually want to
press start battle, which...
Okay, well, you're
Go ahead.
actually just out of cover, it looks like.
I know. Alright, I'll try there.
Just a minor setback.
Chaos guides me.
That won't stop me.
Cross the feeble.
I've suffered worse.
I'm not interested. It will be done. I took care of this one. I will do my duty.
Hologram to show where you will go. To let you see if the enemy has line of sight, or enemy will be within line of sight. Pistols and shotguns can be fired at point blank. I mean, technically I have the ability to parry ranged.
Let's set this in motion.
But
One step ahead. Not my area of expertise. As said, so done.
your turn. So she's a
Reading
psyker
the-
operative. Identify weaknesses and analyze enemies and such, so a fitting combo. And then there will eventually be certain disciplines that psychers can use. But you'll have different stabs that are locked to a given discipline.
Yep.
I know the character you're already indicating you wanted to make, so
Yep.
maybe
Yep.
you'll create
Sean
something
might be
different,
good.
or you'll
Yep.
just play what's available. We'll see. I mean, I like the characters being voiced, so... So you have a melee attack, you have your lightning arc, warning, psychic shriek, analyze enemies, and you could potentially get a cyber bird at some point
Farewell.
if you chose to go that route with your character.
Yep.
I think that's actually the only way to get pets, is with the...
Looking for the end turn. I think that's bottom right. End turn. There we go.
Elmo way. Let's get to it. Defy you.
One fewer target.
Thank you for the head pats. Have a good night, Polty. Character has just landed a critical hit that deals increased damage equal to the character's critical damage stat. Cool. Yep. Maybe I should have just done a normal attack and then charged. Oh well. Yep. I'll just do a single shot. I'm sure there's like special things that allow you to move after acting. But I always gotta remember I should move first to then act. It worked. Creature in the chair appears to as if it has become one with the throne. Okay. The navigator.
I believe Master Vespider still lives. Well, the servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
Wounded, exhausted, fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head. Pick one.
Your time is short.
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
Vespidas, good luck. And thank you.
Onward to victory.
Okay, we can loot guys too.
Let's seize the moment.
Psyker staff for you. You handle the accents. Just happened. Why didn't the stuff disappear?
I moved some things to different cargo spaces.
Okay, you took items from my inventory.
Okay. Actually, I don't even see it in my inventory.
Cargo is not our inventory.
Stay sharp.
I'm aware. I'm not aware of was how it was doing it.
Cargo management. You don't even have access to our cargo right now. Okay, I guess I'm single wielding a weapon now.
Let's see this through. Venture forth.
Evidently, it's a shared inventory.
Yep, I understand that now. I'll be more careful. I was looting something and trying to deal with it.
For some reason now. Like it dropped the items instead. Eventually I'll have a shield, so I'll want a one-hander as my both gun or melee. Desynchronization. We desynced, I guess?
Your ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
I click cancel and I'm just gonna watch the
shall pity
cutscene.
not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot these.
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
Argenta.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you? The hour is dark and daunting. Ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
That answer does you credit. Only the truly righteous would be so provoked by the accusation of heresy. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every Enforcer fell. These are the survivors. Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad
Thank you
the
for
moment they
following
breathed it
history.
in, screaming about seeing their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes.
I raided
I
into
implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
her stream was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. She was playing Crimson Desert. So, very much appreciated.
Through this door, I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
Hello, hello, welcome. You're catching us on our, so far, been our signature Warhammer Wednesday stream days. So, it'll be Warhammer-based games, no matter what, when we can find something that works. So, every other Wednesday, including this one, will be Rogue Trader, and then on the other days we'll do things like Dark Tide, Vermintide, those sorts of games, more action, but ones that we can kind of get through more quickly since we have a bi-weekly game night on those days.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Apologize that I end up covering up their portraits most of the time, but I can't move this armor. It's kind of stuck in the corner because it's layers.
I think it works out all right.
Okay, so we have Argenta. I think she automatically got assigned to you.
The Emperor
Not sure.
sets
Maybe,
my path.
no, it shows your icon.
Sometimes you can
I think I finally found some of the stuff now in our shared inventory.
Well,
So
yeah,
hopefully
it had me claim them.
Okay.
A scrappy auto gun. It's a ranged weapon. Single shot burst fire. Single shot burst fire. It's the las gun does dodge reduction, but it seems to be a good value. Solid projectile weapons have increased over penetration, whereas lasers are effective against targets in cover or with high dodge. For Warhammer factions in general, I love the Tau. I think they're my favorite just visually. In like fantasy, it would be the Lizards, followed by maybe the Tomb Kings. But I don't get to play the Tau often in most of these games, so I just kind of lie in wait until we get a good game with it. Hopefully the Total War 40k will have Tau as a playable faction at some point. Otherwise, for Space Marines, I really like the Space Wolves, the Carcharodons, which are the Space Sharks. And then in Space Marine 2, I play as a kind of makeshift homebrew chapter of the, or whatever they call it, successor, where I haven't fully decided on the name. I like the Eternal Eclipse, or Eclipse Eternals, but it's supposed to be like a offshoot of the Space Wolves to some degree. But I also really like things like the Arbitrators. I like the Tech Priests and the Adeptus Mechanicus sort of stuff as well. The dwarves in both the fantasy side of things and also the Leagues of Votan are pretty cool too. So if I get more games of those as playable, I'd probably do so as well. Usually if it's like some sort of higher tech theme, I tend to lean into that if possible. So I'm hopeful for like a Tech Priest style class in Darktide at some point. Let's see, a scrappy autogun. Ranged weapon light, it is lower damage. Yeah, I'll stick with the las gun. As for him though, I can give him a one of the two. So he has a ranged weapon. His chainsword is better. She already has a bolt gun and an auto pistol. I might actually want to grab her auto pistol eventually if we don't get something of the sort for me later. So that way I can shoot things with a one-handed. What does it do? I mean, I might even give her one of the axes, so she has a melee option. But what I might do is do primary pistol, offhand axe, and eventually I will be able to use a shotgun in two-handed shotgun in one hand. As for your character, we got a second psychic staff. Oh, you also have a las pistol. Maybe we could trade those.
Yep.
Up to you, though.
Happy to. I don't dare touch the inventory right now, so if you can move things around, go for it.
You'll have to unequip the las pistol.
Gotcha. Let me see. Alright, click. Right,
just drag it into the...
Off.
Yeah.
There we go.
So I will...
How about now? Can you touch it?
Yep.
Alright.
You should be fine. I think you were just touching stuff that was on trophies on the ground, and you tried to move it into the cargo, and it just left it out of things. Whereas they have cargo versus inventory, and we just pretty much had to pick up the stuff to add it to our inventory.
Anyways.
So tech priests are not so much like, it wouldn't be like a priest like the World of Warcraft sense of the word. They are instead cybernetic humans that are pretty much treated as like a holy sect. They mostly hail from Mars. They commune with the machine, the old technology of the universe. And oftentimes it's like kind of a joke, but oftentimes they will do all these rituals where they light candles and have binary chanting and all this other stuff. But then part of it is like they pretty much just turn the machine off and on again. So it's like all this like ceremony for a very simple act. But without it, they feel like it won't work.
But part of the process is pressing the on button.
Yeah, it was like turning it off and on again. So,
yep.
So they're more just tech monks, essentially, whereas healer classes, I'm not sure if there's really anything like that other than just having access to medical equipment. Not sure if your character has Medicaid training. Doesn't seem like it.
One of the psychers can be...
Yeah, you can go a psyker which has healing abilities. You have a connection to the warp, which gives you like magic capabilities. So let me... Character assignment, there we go. I'll assign you to have Argenta as well. That way we have an even split.
I welcome it, but it's up to you. I'm happy to use whatever
Marching ahead.
you're willing to let me have.
No, she's already assigned, so feel free to select both.
Yep. Make sure to move your other character.
Goods. Okay, so this is stuff that auto goes to cargo. So various shipments and things. But this is more of a CRPG style game, whereas the other ones I like to play end up being more action, third-person shooter. Equipping weapons. Yeah, just want to give me that again. Okay, so I'm good on the las rifle. That's not what I... Did you press J? Or, no, I guess it was overlapping. Just trying to click on him. Maybe I should give him the las rifle instead. Seems more fitting for him to use something that's more... Although I could give him an auto pistol. Wait, no. You were gonna possibly use that, right? Or if you're just gonna stick with the staff, I guess you can...
For now, just the staff, but I'm thinking on it.
Because I could give him the auto pistol so he can offhand it with the sword.
Okay.
Seems like a good option for him. Whereas, well, actually the auto pistol probably, you can equip that on Argenta while she has the axe. Because she did have the las pistol before, so I might as well return that to her. Okay, let me do a quick save. Quick manual save, as it were.
Onward to victory.
Okay, where do we go then? Come from there? I guess we did.
With fire and vigor, our Emperor imbue us.
Let's see. Seems like a good spot for me. Yeah, I almost want to put him here so he can charge through 3 of those guys. I mean, you can do that either way. Actually, this seems good because then I can charge through this side, and then I can shoot down range for these guys. Are you in position?
I am in position.
My ears are ringing.
Death to the weak!
I bring ruin!
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Dira's turn. Oh, and technically Abelard's turn. Or no, it's 1 character per turn. Not quite like PG3's turn-based. But this game does have most kind of character classes that are available to the human factions. So we have our Psyker, which is Adira. She has psychic spell casting, essentially. But then we have our character here, Argenta. She is a Sister of Battle, which is a faction of mankind that is essentially just battle nuns. They have a preference for flame-based weaponry, and a lot of their vehicles are like giant mobile organs, as in like the giant piano with pipes and everything. But the pipes of the organ is actually like missile launcher tubes. So it's quite extravagant, very like hyper religious, but in a fun system to it. And with the bolt gun games, which are very much like retro boomer shooter kind of themed games that they've released recently, the sequel actually has a playable battle sister, so that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. It does look like you can analyze an enemy.
Yep. I'm trying to decide who. I'm leaning toward the one in cover with the kinda. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it.
Okay.
Ending turn.
It will be done. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
Enta is the warrior of the Adeptus Auroritas and a soldier, so she's focused on ranged combat over melee. She's an expert with burst range weapons and weapons that deal damage in an area. Another of Argenta's strengths is her mobility in combat. She has running gun, so similar to me. Currently practically me, but a Sister of Battle. So run and gun is useful to potentially like escape, and then you get a free shot. So you move into a position, you take your shot, then you use run and gun, and you get back out of position and take another shot. It's essentially, ideally, how you want to use it. I mean, they even show it. And then she has Revel and Slaughter. The soldier immediately removes the winded effect until the combat ends. The soldier gains the following bonuses: additional ballistic skill, and agility bonus towards critical damage, and hit chance. Only after you've killed 3 enemies. And then allows you to turn off the winded mechanic. Certain types of weapons do the burst attack, which is like it's a cone fire that are harder to dodge because you're not like aiming precisely at a target, but then you can hit a bunch of people. Yep. And you can also hit allies, so you got to be careful of positioning. But at the moment, it looks like you can kind of burst fire those 2 guys, and then maybe move to then single shot the other assailant over in the... Okay. So I'd say start with a burst fire to take on the 2 cutthroats, as long as you don't hit.
Do I do a running gun to do this?
No, do it after.
No. Okay. So burst fire.
Because run and gun allows you to move. Because it gives you 4 movement points afterwards. So you can move, shoot, move again, shoot.
Each strike
So now you can click run and gun, which it should allow you to move, and if it doesn't, at the very least, you can attack again. Yeah, so you get 4 movement points, so you can move into another position if desired. First would not be a good idea with Abelard in the way, but you can potentially, if it's not blocked, hit the assailant that's the level 7. The one further away. I mean, I don't know if I have ability to mark targets.
Let's see. Single shot seems grayed out, and I'm trying to figure out why. It looks like it's only 0 AP.
Okay, it's
maybe.
You should be able to use single shot. It costs 0, or burst fire costs 1 right now, because you reduce cost. So it's either a free use of single shot or a 1 cost of of burst.
Not sure. Maybe it's because of positioning being near this enemy, or something else.
Right, you're being disabled because you're in melee range.
Okay. My fault. Good to know. Better to know now than later.
Mentioning the types of cover, full and partial, so very XCOM.
Okay.
Now that's interesting. They won't expect this. Easy. As said, so done.
Psyker's turn. Unlike myself, I don't think Argenta has the ability to parry with ranged weapons.
Yep.
Duty go hand in hand.
Sorry. I'll have to be careful not to use too much fail stuff or whatever. I'm trying to see. Oh, there's finally the meter. Still seems pretty low to me, so that might have been a bad luck on my part. But we'll see.
Or something you used had a cone of effect.
No. I used forewarning on another ally.
Okay.
But
not sure.
I had a warp sort of thing. Veil degradation. When Psychers reach deeper into the warp to power their abilities, there's always a chance of Empyrean bleeding into reality, a factor that is invariably destructive and damaging. So, I don't know. I feel like I've dealt with that, even though the bar doesn't seem that filled yet. But we'll see.
It still has a chance to roll, the more you use it.
I'm aware.
I serve the ruinous powers!
I guess you could have, or I could have made a Sister of Battle, because they mentioned Ministorum priests or Sisters of Battle, but if I made a female character, that likely would have been the option for that side of things. So you're gonna have to move out of melee range to be able to use your guns. Not sure if I have that capability yet. Where would that show? Features at running gun, archetype. I don't know. Brand of shame. I just have an origin talent that's marked BS. It's funny.
Mm-hmm. No, it's BS.
Arbitrator. I just probably don't have access to some of this stuff yet. Probably has to require specific gear to be wielded. But yeah, when you're done, go ahead.
Yep. Looking at reload, but not enough AP, so ending my turn.
Mm-hmm.
I know what to do.
What I am gonna do is miss.
Death to non-believers!
I've suffered worse.
Just keep rolling.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Okay. I don't dare do any more. Your turn.
Yep.
It will be done. Indeed.
the number is the value of health. That makes more sense.
Waiting on your turn.
Said, so done. Easy. Let's set this in motion.
Be gone!
Your turn.
A second. Set something up. I'm just trying to get something set up so additional commands would work.
At your beck and call.
Your turn.
As said, so done.
My ears are ringing.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Your turn.
I will do my duty. At your beck and call.
Chaos guides me.
Some allies have ran into the room. Feel free to talk to them.
I forge my own success.
What does a area loot?
Stay sharp. Perfect. Let's see this through. Always striving for greatness. Now that was easy.
Redeem is also tied to the Microscape
Forge ahead.
little browser
Never
game that
linger.
is associated with Twitch. So, one way to let you know that you're doing both. You might have to set up a other command for it, but I think I have a command for lurking, but the Stream Elements bot might not be correctly implemented. Bonus to tech use. Machine right set. Multi-key. Few swords. Less armor penetration, but gets the striking capability. Strike and cleave. Bonus to parry, but also reduces enemy weapon skill when hit, whereas the axe causes bleeding. I think I like the axe, but maybe give one of the swords to Argenta.
Yep.
And maybe also a sword and gun, or gun as a secondary thing for Adira.
Consider that off limits.
Okay, thank you.
I think we can talk to any of these guys.
My actions speak louder than words. Always striving for greatness.
Ooh, is that a shotgun? It was. I can, well, maybe I don't have those features unlocked yet. I should be able to use a shotgun in two hands, or in one hand. But it's not giving me those abilities yet. Let's see, can whoever else has the ability to use the Medicae, you can equip that onto them. Yes, this room cleared.
Marching ahead.
No one's voiced, at least. So I can do a quick save. Might be a function key for saving as well.
There was a overseer on the right side. Doesn't matter.
Venture forth.
Yeah, and he doesn't seemingly say anything.
Yep, never mind.
Okay, now I have Revel and Slaughter. Guess I don't have a choice there, it's just a... Endure. Those levels for those characters are up to you.
I'm trying to figure out how to level.
First one is you choose a ability or a skill. So you by default have bonuses towards tech use and logic, but you can also provide awareness, lore to Xenos or Imperium, Medicae, or Warp. And doing the initial training of Medicae also allows you to use medikits, I believe.
So is it me trying to spend things in the archetypes tab? I'm trying to figure out how to level.
You double click on the icon.
Can I click anywhere on this wheel, or do I have to go like left or right?
It's whatever's highlighted.
All right.
It seems like she, by default, already has awareness chosen for her. Because she joined after. Which is fine. It's just then the next thing is picking the next feature. But it goes clockwise. After the first keystone feature, it seems like you get a choice of two things. You get talent choices alongside different things. I believe we do get access to another arbitrator at some point, so there is other ways to have the overseer archetype chosen. While it's cool, I'm probably gonna go with Arch Militant.
Yeah. Sorry. I guess that's how it works.
Let's seize the
Pretty
moment.
straightforward early on.
Did not see that one coming. My actions speak louder than words.
Got a helmet.
Onward to victory.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Are you lost, my heir?
An apparition. A sorceress. Apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
Pain is but a reflection of one's weakness. To renounce weakness of spirit in pursuit of greatness is the only path to heights worthy of a rogue trader. I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edel. What are we waiting for? Where did it go? The thing that was standing in front of us in the fire? I could have sworn.
To the same place all unholy visions go. Do you want to follow it, witch?
Always striving for greatness.
late. We are too late. Or perhaps Edelthrad and his escort never made it here. Which would be even worse.
Or they could be fighting on the bridge as we speak, without us.
My lord, I beg your pardon for interrupting. The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us. So now we will follow you through thick and thin.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's Voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Maud headed for earlier.
Let's see this through. Marching ahead.
Seems like there's only one path.
We should deal with this.
To logic, I might want to go ahead and do that. And give the helmet to...
Someone else can do this.
Why can't he wear the helmet? There he goes.
Venture forth. Stay sharp.
This path. she's not alive.
Onward to victory.
Special dogmatic helmet. Well, she's very dogmatic. Adira is leaning heretical. And Abelard is a little dogmatic and decently iconoclast. So she can wear the helmet.
Okay.
But if you want to not have her visually have it, you can set the outfit settings for her to hide the helmets.
Looking for how?
A little thing that looks like a pair of or a trio of keys in the upper right. A little circular button above the gear. So in the main thing, the main view of her, you see the little circular button above the gear that she has equipped? Or can you not control that?
I struggle to see what you spent. Let's see. Outfit settings. There we go. Alright, hiding helmet. There. Thank you.
I guess that's per user, actually, so. I'll do that for him as well. Me. Yeah,
all set.
Else to check for inspecting her. No, this seems to be the way out. Pipe organ. Where's rosary? Got a shoulder cape. Grants +5 fellowship for each enemy in a 2-cell radius. I mean, almost feels like something he should wear. So he'll be in closer range to things. For now.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls. No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere. It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Lithium, combustible fuel. Steam Theodora, and a change in circumstances has demanded your immediate assistance in our mutual cause. Forthwith, upon receiving this letter, for the Reichad system, interrogator Heinrich van Kalox operates there at the present time. On your arrival in the system, you'll, without delay, make contact with him and offer any assistance required of you. After which, you will provide him passage in the Furibundus system aboard your ship. Footfall, the interrogator will remove himself from your presence to wait further instructions. Anticipating any questions you may have, I will stress that the nature of the interrogator's activities on Rykad Minoris is of no concern to you. If required, he himself will disclose the details of this mission. Okay. Author of this letter addressed the seal of the Inquisition.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in a warp. I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark. Enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure.
Tainted witchcraft. Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Let's seize the moment.
Combat.
The Emperor is with us.
All of you will bleed!
Okay, in position. Adira's in a good spot. Armor protects the character from damage. Light and medium are both available to you at the moment. The armor stat indicates what percent of incoming damage from enemy attacks. Yep. Dodge test. Light armor is easier to dodge in, but they'll take more damage if they're hit. You have obtained heavy armor, like medium and light. Provides the ability to deflect damage. Is unique heavy armor stat that reduces damage specified by a flat amount. Only characters with the heavy armor proficiency talent can wear heavy armor.
It will be done. Follow my lead.
They won't expect this. Done. Easy. That's how it's done.
Select enemies by right-clicking on them and viewing their portrait. They have special abilities. In this case, it's also heavily damaged, so it's not very good at the moment, but it's also still tanky. Has increased deflection and armor, but suffers dodging chance, and it has a thermal multi-melta. Big cone AoE.
Strike is a prayer.
Be able to chain lightning.
It will hit allies.
Okay. You aim at the further away guy, does that prevent hitting the ally?
No, but it looks like it's severely reduced at this point, so let's give this a shot and see what happens.
Okay.
Yep. As you can see, I did 1 damage to our ally.
Yep. But he's also got extra health.
Yep.
So, expose weakness requires exploits, so you gotta do analyze first, then expose. Is how that mechanic works.
Indeed. I will do my duty. At your beck and call.
Poised for action. As said, so done. I know what to do. As said, so done. See that one coming, did you?
Exposing weakness, if I can.
Mm-hmm.
Victory is imminent.
I know what to do. And done. Venture forth.
Up. Firearm mastery. Cool. So I can use soldier immediately reloads current weapon. Till the end of the soldier's turn, their first attack against each new enemy automatically scores a crit. And then I can do extra attacks that don't cost AP using whatever costs the least. And now I can choose talent. For each adjacent ally, the soldier deals 9% more damage. Cover efficiency is increased by 10% for full cover and 20% for partial. fired up whenever a soldier deals damage. Critical damage is increased by 1% until the end of combat. Deals damage to 3 different enemies. The soldier gains 18% more damage for their next attack in the current combat. Pretty useful for a shotgun build. Rapid reload. Reloading costs -2 AP less, minimum of 1. First reload does not cost AP. Demolition Engineer. Soldiers' demolition instead of intelligence is used to determine additional damage. With ranged area attacks, deals 5% more damage for every 10 points in demolition instead of 5% for each 10 points. Well, in that case, what is my character's? I have 45 demolition versus 30 intelligence. That sounds like a smart choice for me. Agreed?
I think so.
Enough bullets for everyone. Second attack in action in a turn deals 11% more damage to enemies that have not suffered damage. Fortress is full cover, gains 10% more damage. Soldier has more ballistic skill and movement points. First hit of each range burst attack deals additional damage equal to the weapon's current rate of fire. All of the soldiers' area attacks gain 17% armor penetration and ignore 2 deflection when used against enemies in a 3-cell radius around the soldier, so point blank. That also sounds smart for potentially what I'd want to do. Tenderize. Enemies damaged by the area attack suffer +3 damage from the next attack that hits them. Trace the trajectory. Dodges or uses cover. Gain a guaranteed crit. I think I like the sound of switching to Demolition Engineer anytime I do ranged area attacks. As for Abelard, he gets Daring Breach, immediately restores all AP and MP and gains +3 MP until the end of their turn. They do not lose MP after performing attacks. Warrior has no limit on melee weapon attacks this turn. Useful. And the thumbs up is indicating what he probably is recommended. Yep. There's also considered improvements. Epicenter of Slaughter. Whenever the warriors attack, they gain +1 stack of Epicenter of Slaughter until the end of the turn. At the start of the turn, gains 1 temporary wound for each stack. These temporary wounds cannot exceed Gains 1 damage deflection. Their parry chances increase by 25% of the warrior's total armor. That sounds smart for a tank. Less than 50% wounds, they gain critical chance. Enemy's not armed with a melee weapon. I feel like Thick Skin is a good start, and then maybe potentially Epicenter of Slaughter as a future talent, but I like Thick Skinned for him. You get Dismantling attack and a choice of various I didn't even look at what would have been. Yeah, so funny enough, Demolition Engineer wasn't even one of the ones it was recommending. But I'll consider some of these later. Like Rapid Reload probably seems good. This is the next thing for me to consider.
Yep.
Apparently, I'm able to dual-wield shotguns. But we don't have a second shotgun yet. The wearer gains +5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. So I have 30 intelligence. Same goes for Abelard. Maybe I should consider wearing that, though, to be a little more resilient. At the moment,
reasonable.
At the moment, everyone can wear it, but I feel like being a little more resilient is probably a good idea for me. Granted, maybe, let's see, that buffs me up to 45, whereas that would bring him to 60. Maybe I should go ahead and do 60 for him to push him to that every 10-point threshold, potentially. Yeah, I'll have him wear it for now, but I'll potentially swap to it. Given the time, let's try to wrap this up. I figure we'll be done with the so-called tutorial pretty soon. So let's see what comes next.
Marching ahead. Perfect.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Help has arrived. Too late to change the tide, I'm afraid. But if there is any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity and give our lives for the rogue trader. God Emperor, preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain, and the house its head. No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
Then we have no right to bow our heads. We are out of time. No. To die altogether is to allow the flame of the dynasty to perish in the dark. No. It will not be like this. Not today. The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell.
Accursed traitor! A time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches toward his death.
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
beware the eye of the witch.
With me having a shotgun, I do have to get closer up to things, but I'll start... Well, there's a few full cover spots. I would recommend your characters take those positions, if possible.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like one in one corner, one in the other. Preferably closer so you can have line of sight. And then I will probably want to risk not being in cover, so that way I can get some cone shots. And then Abelard. Okay, that seems good. We all get to go first at least, so that helps. I might be able to hit a couple with my AoEs. Yes, we just had natural armor. Yeah, not quite close enough.
Let's set this in motion. That's how it's done.
But
I won't do that. I know what to do.
yeah, it's my turn. So there's 2 enemies on the left. 1 in the center, and then 2 on the right. We also have our technical allies, guys marked in yellow. Imagine we also want to eliminate some side targets as much as we can, so they can do less to us.
Yep.
Eradicated.
My place is at the fore. It will be done.
Stay vigilant.
Unpleasant.
Weather the storm.
Death to the weak. High momentum.
You have your... Hey Red, good to see ya. So you have your option of your heroic act. Which allows you to use additional single shots.
Yep.
Which is a great opportunity to
kind of just
whittle it down.
determine if I should click on that first before I do anything else.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
So it fully reloads your weapon. And then based off of your weapon's rate of fire, you get as many free single shots as you can. Up to 4 additional single shots, it looks like.
This is why I was chosen. For you, my emperor.
Fair enough, Red. We're probably going to be wrapping up here soon. We're just finishing this introductory fight.
At your beck and call.
No worries, Red, it's fine.
Follow my lead.
So done.
Just a minor setback.
I define the outcome. They won't expect this. Contemplate your weakness. Your foe too great.
Move her a little closer.
A tactically sound approach. I will do my duty. It will be done.
I know what to do.
Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
Easy.
Some of the crew survived.
Yep.
Stay sharp.
We got another cape. Iconoclast follower, so good for me.
Not my area of expertise.
Could have also, actually it looks pretty good. It has some like fur on it. Blade shard. Gloves of endurance. Whenever the wearer of these gloves suffers from injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain +1 bonus to damage until the end of combat. Well, that kind of feels like an Abelard thing, since he has more of a risk of taking injuries and things. We also
agree.
do have
Yep.
more las pistols, so if anyone would rather use that as an offhand,
Yep.
possibly better than the auto pistol for her.
Yep. I will try to equip it.
Okay, now I have ballistic skill or agility. Probably go ahead and do ballistic skill. Give myself more BS. Okay, so unpredictable, critical hit chance. Against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover at the moment of the attack. I think I was going to do rapid reload. Because then it just makes it cost less, and the first reload in a fight is also free. Rack and Ruin also sounds pretty good for him. Because I don't think I'll be necessarily going cover-based as often, because I'll have a shield eventually.
Yep.
Unless if it counts as partial cover, then things like exploit surroundings would be pretty good. But I do like the Rack and Ruin. Camaraderie is nice for adjacent allies, but I'm not sure how, if that's just literally right next to me. Fired up. FU. That's so funny with the little letter abbreviations to these icons.
Yep.
Epicenter slaughter. I wonder why that would be good. Oh, well, okay, so temporary wounds. It pretty much adds a like practically scar tissue where it's like, okay, we'll eliminate these first. So actually that's pretty good for him to have that ability.
Yep.
I was wondering, it's like, why is that a good thing? Oh, you can add them to favorites too. To like plan ahead.
Yep.
Let's see, he's currently got 60 toughness. I'll give him more weapon skills so he's a little more likely to hit with his melee. Yeah, so that's good. Mental heroism seems good for me anyways, because then everyone's heroic act used in battle also makes it so I get more dodge up to 60. Now, technically, I'm probably the better one to use the fellowship benefit for the other cape. Actually, yeah, I should swap, because I actually benefit from getting coercion. And Abelard would be better off with the heroic dodging capabilities.
Yep.
Even though visually I like that cape more on me, but I realize the benefit gives me fellowship, and I actually use coercion offensively. Because I'm like shouting at them as an arbitrator. Okay. Rick Montag.
The heir is dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
Old man, he was never going to...
Rivor, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. Well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators. Then, I prayed for our rescue. Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report. Blast it all to the void! Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master.
These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please, hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk.
Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle. Lead them, mortal. Guide them. Persuade them. Force them to walk your path. You will need followers, for destiny is preordained.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy. A relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Seneschal, the Navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision, it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valencius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the rogue trader dynasty survived, and through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
Conspiracy. No, sorry. Conspiracy. Was that the end of the voice acting? Unfortunate if that's the case. Okay. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy, while others go unfilled entirely. Now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. How did we lose so many? Here's the heretics who were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found. It's probably the Master of Whispers. What is on the agenda? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I'm still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in, so prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of the Lord Captain. We haven't tracked down the Voigtger, or however his name is. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him and any mutineers who may be still skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I'm afraid that will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. I'm ready to start the briefing. Hey, Tech Priest. Dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention officers, you have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Ryder von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would introduce those present. Igdis Suri Ota of the Tolaman line, our new Vox Master. It's an honor to serve your lordship. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth. Beside her is Ravor, however you say that, Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure we do not stray into an asteroid field or pirate trap. So, met him before. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our High Factotum Generous Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and general material well-being of the ship. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. What about a couple of the people in the back? In the second row, we have 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for artillery aboard. The Furnace Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. And lastly, our Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. So they're just more generic people. Tech Priest. So Tech Priests are the rulers of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They revere technology is the object of their devotion. They direct endeavors of fabrication and lead the followers of the machine god in the unforgiving crusades of ruthless acquisition. Then Mecha Dendrites, a tentacle-like robotic limb prosthetic surgically attached to the spine. Just to hear the Furnace Master's report. Heinrich Montag. Yes, Lord Captain. I can report that all fires across the decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of the material losses and crew casualties has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and High Factotum. High Factotum, what have you to report? Post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the Tech Priest's hands for attention and that all lost supplies are replaced. There's only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately the number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykad Manoris. However, the planet, the whole system, in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader Dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter of the Rogue Trader. Especially true given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets. Drives Master, I'll hear from you. Zira Talar doesn't have a portrait. Lord Captain, the foes that set up this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits, which are spirit believed to be the adherents of the cult Mechanicus to inhabit and control any technology in existence. Great Warp Engine, which is an alternate, well, just talking about the warp. Entrusted into them, my charge is unharmed, thanks to the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must report that the Engine Seer Prime, which is a tech priest whose specialization is the maintenance and repair of sacred machines, and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board, fell in battle. The Magos, I think it's Magos, or Magus, one of those, was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. The most terrible loss. There's no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that to the fallen Magos, I'm gonna say.
Yep.
We require a replacement as soon as possible. Let's see, thank you. So we need to get a new Engine Seer. Helmsman, deliver your status report. To cut a long story short, without this bleak, the ship's sound more or less, but without the Engine Seer and Prime Navigator who fell in battle, we have no way to out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what will happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your lordship, if you would allow me to interject. When we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all of the available communication channels in the region. One of them was Navis Nobilite, an organization of noble mutant families whose genes allow them to safely guide warp-capable void ships through Immaterium. So a station for that. The station maintains a complete Vox silence, but even if its presence here inspires hope, or even its presence here inspires hope, to have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. Yeah. Thankfully, this is going to be a every other week sort of thing. So I'll have plenty of time to rest my voice, or I can ask if Z can read.
Yep, I'll be.
I'm
willing at times to just. Yep.
I'm the will of the weaver of the destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less crappy news, we can go round and round this system till our heads are swimming, as long as the promethium and supplies last. And if any thick as Grox stuff, lowlives come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told, but just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? The ship's in ruins. Every second officer's dead. And now we've got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to Void knows where. Silence! Enforcers, seize the mutineer. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then that's not bad at all. I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say, besides a replacement, that is, where we already have one lined up. Get myself some Iconoclast, I could get myself some Dogmatic, which, yes, I'm a arbitrator, but I feel like I don't know if I necessarily want to be that cruel already. I don't feel like Iconoclast in this regard is a fair point, so I'd say I'd rather delegate the punishment to Abelard. Like, this is being too forgiving and this is being too cruel. So I feel like 3 is the best choice in this regard. What do you think?
I was with the iconoclast, but I think you're right on making the third choice.
20 lashes a month for the next 6 months, deprivation of officers' rations and privileges for the same period, with the option to extend. Record that in his file. Yeah, that's fair. Better than killing him and completely forgiving him it's like, I'm not. I need to, like, while I am going to likely choose mostly iconoclast stuff, my character is also still an arbitrator, so I do have to kind of abide law.
Yep.
To a degree.
I agree.
But I'm not going to be like, well, he misspoke, time to kill him. That's ridiculous.
Yep.
I mean, after playing them in Darktide, they at least begrudgingly have to accept the alliance with less desirable companions. Not just, I'm gonna kill you myself sort of thing. Since you're sniveling, you disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough. Hysterics are over. Let us resume. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members and require a new engine seer prime and navigator. Is that all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station. I almost read that as Football Station. Yeah, football. Home to the only dockyard in the sector, but we will never reach Footfall without first solving these 3 immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we are currently stuck in? Toloman. We are in Rykad, and our voyage here is undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in the system, and our attempt to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Noble Light Station has not simply failed to answer, it's seemingly maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rykad Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. What is most alarming is that our augurs, which are sensor technology that allows void ships to scan planets, spot enemies, and obtain various other kinds of crucial data at great distances, have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Noble Light Station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you for the reports. There's one other thing, a confidential matter of the utmost importance. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here to the system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority. And it's the Lord Inquisitor, which is a secret organization with the hunting down of the myriad threats to the stability of the Imperium and all mankind, which Inquisitor Martyr, you play as one, you work with a rogue trader as a ship captain, and then the next game in this kind of series from Alcat is going to be Dark Heresy, I think is what it's called, and you get to play as an Inquisitor for that one. The Hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Coronis Expanse. Be honored to fulfill the Inquisitor's mission. What is it asked? She was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, Heinrich van Kalox, an interrogator, you'd understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in the system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the governor of Rykad Minoris, may know something. That is all of it. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins to the Von Balancius Protectorate. Dira and Argenta. The Psyker is suffering some ailment or dark madness. She insists on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time. Daybreak. Adira, come to your senses. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard my head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is. No matter how hard I try, a single word is all I can make out. Daybreak, or maybe it is dawn. And it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell, but if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Talas? Not yet. Anyway, the voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report. Alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. Guess there's nothing else to report. Briefing is concluded. Time to get to work. I say that, but it's also time to probably wrap up. It's almost 7. So, use the system map in the center of the bridge to issue orders to the crew. I do love that I have this portrait with the bearded arbitrator helmet.
It's looking good.
The Judge Dredd kind of look. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and save it here. Thank you very much for joining me, Z, my brother, my battle brother. And we'll see you for... I'll see you in tomorrow's stream, which will be some more Crimson Desert, followed by Borderlands on Friday, though I may have to cut it off earlier than normal. Maybe. I have a family member's birthday. And then that will be Borderlands 4. And then on Saturday, which should be some more Warframe. And then I'll decide what I'll be doing for next week as well, depending on how things are going. If I finish Borderlands stuff, but probably not, because the DLC will take some time. Probably a couple sessions. But on Monday, I believe, is May 4th, so I have something planned for a Star Wars game, and I'll see you then. So hope you all have a good evening, have a good night. I'll go ahead and raid into someone if anyone's available, and I'll see you in the next one. So have a good evening, have a good night, see you in the next stream, and bye for now.